Alright, welcome to our starting point today, which is the Newport station on the Hudson Bergen light rail. Annoying, isn't it? And it doesn't stop people either. So the plan for today is, I'm going to get away from that box. The plan for today is we're going to start here, and we're going to walk over to as far as we can down the end of the first opening day of the light rail. So we're starting here at Newport, and I'm going to walk along the light rail line as close as we can. Hey, Brian. Till we get to at least Liberty State Park, which is about an hour walk from here. If we can go all the way to Side Ave, we'll do that. But that's about... It's really hard to parallel the light rail line once you get out there. So, we'll see how it goes. Well, that's alright, Brian. We'll see you next time then. Good luck with your appointment. They say it will now. They changed something. Oh, here we go again. Alright, I'm going to start walking. So if we go all the way to West Side Avenue, I mapped this out before on Google Maps. It's about 5 miles from here to West Side Avenue. Follow the light rail line, and it should take us about, I think it's at an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll see how far we get. But right now we're just walking. Oh, there comes the train. Now, as going to be true to our trip for a lot of today, we're going to have to break off the light rail and then back onto it several times. Basically, it doesn't follow a street for a lot of its run. So, there's some spots that'll be shortcuts, there's some spots that'll be long cuts. But hopefully, if all goes to plan, we'll be able to do this in an efficient manner that lets us see the most trains. And hopefully T-Mobile doesn't screw us up again. But they apparently fussed with something, and then I have my phone set today to 4G instead of 5G. So I'm hoping that'll make it smoother. Anyway, so this is where we're walking now is actually part of Newport Mall. See, there's the Macy's. Sort of like, I guess we're in the loading docks, actually. Weird. So, Newport Mall is actually kind of weirdly laid out for cars to come in because there's like two narrow corridors between sort of, well, the parking decks and the entrances to the mall. So, like, this is one of them. Say there's the door. That's where the JCPenney is. That's where one of the parking lots is. But then, to save space, you have to drive through the loading dock part to get to the parking lot part. It's just, it doesn't make it look nearly as clean as it does when you go to, like, and you get a lot of that too, is when you go to like a suburban mall. I'm also on the side of the street with the lack of sidewalk, and people drive through here like a bat out of hell. The fuck? If school field trips have become a trip to the mall, they're really starting to run out of ideas. What's the field trip? We're all gonna we're gonna go to the mall collectively and all buy the third graders cell phones or something? Now I'm just gonna say this about what we're doing today before I start. Everywhere I'm gonna be walking today is a public street or thoroughfare. If you choose to chase the light rail yourself, please make sure to constantly stay on public right-of-ways, aka this sidewalk, or that dodgy street, or I'm going to walk down that alleyway in a minute. But please do not walk on the tracks, and stay safe if you choose to do this trip. Now, I did do this trip before. I walked this last year once. It's quite the trip. Yeah, I really don't feel like paying for light rail 100 times. Besides, it's like 65 degrees out. It's really nice. I'm in a t-shirt. And the views are fantastic. So, I have no idea what the unlimited ride situation is on the light rail, but I guess I'll walk down to West Side Ave if I get that far. At least Liberty State Park, which is where their big maintenance facility is. Man, by 4 o'clock, they're running more trains than this. Remember I said do everything legally as I jaywalked across the street? It's run by NJT, so their unlimited pass situation is, I have no idea. I like how the sign has it at 45 degrees. But the tracks aren't. Every 20 minutes. Huh. Alright. Keep walking. Let's get to the next stop anyway. That sounds like a light rail. I remember riding this train, or this light rail, back in... Hey, Dominic. Back in... When was it? I guess... It had to be back around 2000, because I remember it being relatively new at the time. And it only went as far as Newport. You couldn't go to Hoboken. It was before that part opened. So you got the parking deck exit. So I guess this is a street, because it says resident and retail parking. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Excuse me. I didn't know they suspended the whole north part of the line. That's interesting. Alright, let's keep going. What was the question? What station? We are coming up. So we left Newport and we're continuing along the line. Okay, I think we're at Harborside. Oh, we're at what is it? The Cove stop that I always forget the name of. Harrismus Cove or something? Yeah. That's the Bayonne Flyer right there. Yeah, it's right next to BJ's, a little free advertising. See, the Flyer doesn't stop here. Yeah, the Bayonne Flyer, if you don't know, is the express service that mainly serves the big stops over here and then goes to Bayonne. I did a live stream off a Flyer once.
Stop. Parsons Cove. Connolly Avenue. Next stop. Colonia, Newport. You must have a validated ticket to ride this train.
Yeah, I've been on light rail several times, including, I think it was last winter. I don't remember, it was sometime during COVID. I did a live stream from the Bayonne Flyer, went all the way down Day Street and back. But I was considering riding again today, but it's just too nice out. I mean, it's t-shirt weather, for God's sake. So, a nice day to go for a walk. Plus, on a day like today with the sun out and birds chirping and the beautiful views. Well, okay, not on this particular block. And the BJ's, somebody pointed out. Whoa. Yeah, the Mustang. This is another spot where we're gonna leave the light rail slightly. Well, not really. I think we just make the corner instead of cutting the circle. Yeah, I don't know. They built this. I don't know what this building is. It's like a school of some sort. Then it's a parking lot, and then there's like windows over there. I don't know what this building is, but it's got a very nice outdoor bit, I guess, for the school, because you got like alphabetical, what look like hopscotch grids, a hopscotch grid, whatever that thing is. A very metallic backgammon board. Have I done past live streams? Yes, I have. I've been sporadically live streaming for over a Sorry, I had to pan down for a second. The dog was just too cute. I have been live streaming quite a bit. I can tell you I am not live streaming tomorrow, but Thursday I will be again. Thursday will be a gaming live stream if all goes well, as Train Sim World supposedly is releasing the Metro North Harlem line, which I have already paid for, so they damn well better. See if we can get one coming around the curve here. It doesn't have the light though, so might not be one for a bit. I was doing my research before came out here today, and I'm not going to chance this light with a bunch of traffic coming. And from what I can tell, this is a potentially light rail, but definitely PATH train substation. Because the PATH train going between Newport and Grove Street is underneath us right now. Oh, shut up. Just gonna give it a minute and see if there's another train coming. I guess they're trains now because they run them in 2-car units. Okay, here comes someone. I guess the bells go off on both ends of the trains. It's interesting. Alright, let's continue. That's just an impressive curve they go around here. Yeah, so this says... Okay, let's go quickly here. See, this says R3 traction power substation and is labeled Hudson Bergen light rail. Then if we come over here, this says Port Authority Trans Hudson Corporation, so that would make it PATH. If you're not from around here, that's how we get the name PATH. Or the Port Authority took it over. It was the Hudson and Manhattan, or the Hudson Tubes. Yeah, see, substation number 2. So I'm thinking that this is all PATH here. Yep, see, PATH substation number 2. I think it's about time for them to replace those high voltage signs. So I believe PATH would keep going straight and get into the interlock in there to decide whether or not you want to go to Grove Street to what is it, Exchange Place to Grove Street or Newport. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. So you get the 3 ways, and if you were watching my stream the last time I was on, we did a live stream of that game Railroad, and we were building that. I haven't forgotten about that. I will get back to it. I did begin the process of timetabling and signaling it, and discovered that interlocking is minor hell on earth. So I have adjusted the timetables for the game at least every 10 minutes per line instead of every 5 minutes. Just gonna pan. I don't do architecture much on this channel, but it looks like a Jenga game about to go wrong, doesn't it? Yep, there goes the light rail. You know we're getting close to the river because that spire that looks like it's in the middle of nowhere, that is connected to One World Trade Center. Not the very thin one, the thicker one. Alright, crossing. So that light rail that we just saw over there just hooks around behind this building with an ice cream joint in it. Comes over here. Oh, and now we're at Harborside. That makes sense. Hold on a second. Nothing to do with light rail. Is there really a place called Top Gun Auto Body and Towing? Yeah, another one. Alright, where are we? Oh, I know where we are in terms of the light rail line. We're at Harborside. But where are we in terms of streets? You can also tell we're near the water because you got a lot of air traffic on it, like helicopters and stuff. And all the tourism helicopters go up and down the river. But also small aircraft. On my list of things to do is I'm gonna fly up the Hudson one of these days, or round trip on the Hudson, I guess. Should I go down to go up? And film that. Can't live stream it because typically you're far enough up that you don't get cell signal. But all right. Last time I was here, they were still building this. Light rail traffic lights. Light rail signals. Extremely easy to read. Less easy. Basically, if it's a flat line, like it is right now, that's a red light. Or a stop signal. If it's on a diagonal, it's the equivalent of like a yellow traffic light. And if it's straight up and down, it's like green. It's about as boiled down as you can get it. You're turning in there. So this is why we had to walk around a bit. So white over red, I feel like that's cab signal. Yeah, it is. Well, I believe, because here comes a train. That one says Tonley Avenue on it. And then it's all synced up with the traffic lights. So that when light rail's coming, it always tries to bring. Yeah, see, okay, so there must be a train coming the other way too. Alright. You sent me something on YouTube. Yeah, I'm streaming off a phone right now is the problem. So I'll look at it when after the stream today. Oop, ding ding, he's going. I guess we can walk down the platform here. Little paper schedules. So we started here. We're here. So next would be Exchange Place, Essex Street. This is an interesting bit because it's actually street running here. Martin Boulevard, Jersey Ave, not the Jersey Ave on New Jersey Transit, and then Liberty State Park. And then I'm thinking we're going to continue out this way, but it's really hard to parallel the line there. You sort of have to cut out and cut in at the stops, so I'm not sure it's entirely worth it. But if you head south toward Bayonne, it's definitely not worth it, because it basically runs on the X freight line there, so, or I guess adjacent to the freight line there, so it's like in people's backyards most of the time. You really can't get to it. And I'm stuck.
Give it.
Yeah, I tell you, when you buy a ticket, just out of curiosity, yeah, so you can buy a 10 trip, I guess. Oh, wait, more. Yeah, it's just that. She's got a red here, or a stop. Now she's got the light. Just cross here for Exchange Place Path. I don't know why you would cross here and not stay on the other side. One way to find... Oh, wait, I want to be on the outside of the curve. It's got to be stressful being a light rail driver. Like, you know, if you've got a regular train, or, you know, subway train, PATH train, NJT train, there's places for people to be stupid on all of those. If it's NJT, you got stations and crossings. If it's the subway or PATH, you've got stations. You know, for people to just do boneheaded things like drop their cell phone and jump down to get it, or any other really blockheaded move. In JT, people decide that they don't want to wait the 45 seconds it takes you to go across the road, and they're going to try and do it first. But with something like this, with the light rail, you've got people walking all over the place, because let's face it, half the people out here are on cell phones and are liable to walk into the closest bus stop. You've got people who are legitimately running for their train, but because the platforms at a lot of stations, like that last one, are islands, they have to cross one track to get to the platform, and they're probably only looking at their train that they're hoping they don't miss in 2 minutes. And then you've got cars crossing the tracks every block. You got road crossings every block that are only traffic light protected. So, you know, your saving grace is you're going slow enough you can stop pretty quick. If you look on YouTube for about, 30 seconds, you'll be able to find the compilation videos of the Prague streetcars. Prague, the city in Europe. Streetcars. Jaywalking again. Having issues with cars that are crashing into them all the time, and it looks like there's somebody on the tracks. Oh no, he's before the tracks start. I was like, some idiot just drive on there. If he did, that's gonna suck for us and be bumpy as hell for him. What else have we got? Last time I was here, this building, which I thought was going to be a lot taller than it is, it's really not that tall, was under construction, and they had this whole street blocked off, which was causing absolute havoc for cars. So we've successfully walked now from, well, I guess we, because you're following along, but I've burned the calories. Walking from Newport to, that would be the Exchange Place pass station. There goes a bus. Before COVID, share a little story like I usually do on these streams. I was driving over here, and I had to pick somebody up And I don't remember why for the life of me, but I had to pick somebody up at the Exchange Place Path Station. So, not realizing the mistake I was about to make, remember this is pre-COVID, I crossed the light rail tracks and drove over to the path station. Took me 25 minutes to get back across. Because back before COVID, this street was much busier. Now it's kind of a ghost town. But also, there was a light rail train like every 2 minutes. So you would get a back up here to this traffic light or the next one. Like that small block between whatever this first street is and that second light, that's red right now, which is Green Street, would fill up with people coming off of the first street here, which I think is Washington Street. I don't even know. Don't really care either. But anyway, so that little block would fill up, which would make this whole block here traffic jammed to hell. And then the light at green would go green, and then this light would be red, so they'd all fill up again. And then every time you'd have a chance to move, the damn light rail would come through and snarl up all my plans. I'm gonna go stand on. Holy shit. That is one crowded light rail platform. Look at the mob on that. Oh, it's getting windy when the sun is. There's the tracks. Here comes a Jeep. Alright, so where are we? Horn works. Man, I haven't seen the light rail slammed like this in a long time. Another flyer. Cool truck. Crossing. Like you can at least cross it. This is one way. That's one way, and there's no real way over there. So nobody here. Red Exchange. Oh, that makes sense. That would also explain why this is so slammed. The path probably just got in. Nice Beamer. Alright. Exchange Place. There's an A Street at 45. What time is it? Should be a train to A Street in a minute. Oh, that sign's out. 450 22nd Street. They're running something like every 5 minutes. So if you were following the stream I did at Newark or Newark Airport, that was a little bit balky due to funky data, funky data plan, basically. You would know that my camera work was fairly shaky while walking, and it probably is today too, but I've upgraded my camera gear. I found this little tripod that holds a cell phone. So at least now, my arm doesn't hurt as bad. He's got the light, I think. Yeah. What the heck? It's all Sebring. Hey, let's walk over to the river for a second. Well, there's a... Before somebody thinks I'm standing somewhere bad, I'm on the platform. That's a tunnel, yeah. That's a flyer, so I don't even think it stops here. Oh, I guess it does. That's what I mean about giving engineers. That's what I mean about giving motormen heart attacks. Fucking idiots not only walked right in front of them, but then stopped right in front of them. When these cars came in, I don't think they had horns on them, but now they do. The light rail, this is just a cool view you only get in a few spots. And sorry if I cut out for a second. My phone decided that the best plan was to go on some Wi-Fi that I have no idea what it was. Probably the sandwich shop Wi-Fi, which you know is going to be ass, so we've rectified that problem. Oh, you know what? I might have been picking somebody up at that Hyatt. This time I got stuck in traffic really bad. I wonder what this is. Good spot for a duck. That's what that is. How much this has been, built up. And then you look at the other side of the river and it's like, yeah, it's all been built like crazy. So, just as a quick geography lesson, if anybody's wondering, they've still got Christmas lights up. That bird probably just came across the river. So we've got, I'm not sure what the name of that ferry stop is. We can go look if anyone cares. But so we've got the big, oh man, I just put my hand in bird shit. I think I brought hand sanitizer. So what have we got? You got the New York Waterway, which ironically mainly only serves New Jersey. Like it hooks New Jersey to New York, but it's the New York Waterway. So down where that, if you look across the river, you see where all the big buildings end, right about there. That's the southern tip of Manhattan. Across there, where that vent stack is way in the distance, if you can see it, that's Governor's Island. That's another bird. It's the sound of me getting a text message. What else have we got? So then if we come a little north, we got Manhattan. I've never seen that paint job on a ferry before. That's new. So the big building is obviously One World Trade Center. Closer down in front is the World Financial Center, now known as Brookfield Place. Way off in the distance that way, you can see the Verrazano Bridge if you look between the ferry terminal and them trees. And then up that way is just the Hyatt Regency that's in New Jersey, right over there. Behind that would be the Empire State Building. And that's another building, if you can see it. Can I zoom on this? That looks like a Jenga tower about to go wrong. Now I gotta figure out how to unzoom. Come on. There we go. That's basically unzoomed. No fishing. I assume that's what that means. Otherwise, that means no fish. Very large pigeon. All right, now we'll head back over to the light rail. But at some point, my goal is I'm going to do a flight on the Hudson, down the Hudson for that I'll film as I get interrupted by a boat horn. And I'll post that, and it'll be a little bit of a sort of. Now we're seeing the river from this angle, and then we'll see it from the other one. I'm also going to at some point, excuse me, ride the new NYC ferry route that goes from West 39th Street down to Staten Island and back. I'm on other things to do. I haven't done it yet. Well, I did do it once, but it was at night, so it doesn't really count. That one's going to Hoboken Terminal. My plan for the day is to end at Hoboken Terminal, but filming on path is strictly prohibited. It's prohibitive. They're never strict about it. Horn works. That one's at 22nd Street on it. It's an interesting way to plant trees. I guess this used to all, like this part of it used to be at street height. Yeah, who knows? That's what it looks like though from the way the trees are, and they just built it up to make a sidewalk next to the tracks. But we're still walking on the original part of the line. Alright, there comes one the other way. Let's see if we can get a little farther. Other good part about as we get more and more closer to the summer is that the days are getting longer. So we don't get I mean, it's already almost 5 o'clock. You know, a lot of the winter we'd already be in the dark. So it's nice that we finally have the opportunity again that we're getting into spring and summer to be able to get the PM rush hour again. Somebody must have been his way. I don't know if you could hear that, but he was like ding 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 ding. Man, I bet they got issues a lot at Exchange Place. Just thinking about how busy it's got to be over there with the path and all that. Alright, so let's see. Now we got to take stock of where we are again. So we're at Hudson Street and Essex Street. So that'll be the Essex Street station right around the corner there. West Side Avenue. So this is, after Essex Street, is actually one of my favorite spots on the line because they are genuinely street running. I mean, here they're basically street running. But you see they got that divided median. Once you get past Essex Street Station, they're in the same lane as cars. At least going southbound. I don't know if you can read that one, but that's a Hoboken Terminal train. No, it's going to take a second here. Walk over to a piece of, a landmark that it's kind of funny. But it's got an interesting, weird fact about it that I'll share with you in a second here. So, I'm going to explain this further later in a different video, probably in the one where I take you flying on the Hudson. But, in brief, this big metal thing right here is known as the Colgate Clock. You can see it from Manhattan, you can see it from the ferries. You can see it from the air. It's in just sort of a dilapidated field. But it's the Colgate Clock. Yes, Colgate, like the toothpaste company. Because it has a giant Colgate ad on it. I didn't realize this fence went all the way over here. So this is the Colgate Clock. And It's one of your reporting points, actually, when you're flying on the river. You have to be able to tell the traffic where you are, and this is one of the spots you tell them. I don't see any planes on the river today, but when they're up there, it's one of the spots. Alright, enough about planes and clocks. Let's go back to trains. Now, the other thing you can see over there, not the clock, on the other side of the clock, is the rail station, once used for transfers to Manhattan by ferry by the CNJ, Central Railroad of New Jersey, or the Jersey Central Railroad, or the 6 other ways it was known. No parking anytime, as the UPS guy makes himself right at home. So when we get to Liberty State Park, we can either keep following the light rail. That's one option. Or option number 2 would be to turn with the park and head into where the terminal is. In any case, Essex Street is next. So Essex Street is 2 side platforms on the light rail. And I'm not going to stop at Essex Street Station. I'm going to go a little beyond it. Dog shit. Always watch where you're walking. That's probably not the culprit. That's just a cute dog. Essex Street. So see, on the station part, the cars are off to the side here, and then the tracks are in the middle. Well, if we go a bit further, I love how they did these the seats in all these stations with the glass brick, because it makes it. I've been out here when it's windy as all heck. Oh, see, there you go. You just drive right up on the tracks, because it's also the street, so it's like not even weird. Finally out. We're looking both ways. Into an aluminum brass factory. So now we're in the street running section. That guy's bell works. Now, what's interesting to me about it is it's only street running in one direction, because this is a one-way street. Traffic going into Newark, it sounds like. So they also bush lined the not street running side. So if we want to catch the Hudson Bergen light rail street running, we got to come down here. Now, When this was put in 2000, I was not old enough to be out here for this. But due to the way the streets are laid out, in this kind of width, I'm inclined to say this was a two-way street. But it's kind of a bizarre width. So I'm almost wondering if they... And then you've got like a mile of sidewalk on this side. Not like... There's a light rail coming behind me. If this was a one-way, like it was a full two-way street, but putting the tracks in took away too much space, so they made it a one-way. Oh yeah, you right when the train's coming. Continuing on. They also put these bushes here, which is nice. It makes like a nice green space, and there's nothing bad to say about it. Quite like it. But it is interesting how narrow it made the sidewalk. Like for a street that's so wide for so few cars, it's interesting how narrow they got the sidewalks. But my guess is that has something to do with they want an easement between the tracks and the trains. If they like between the tracks and the people, would be my guess. Maybe it just feels narrow because it's bushes, not like staggered trees or something. I don't know. So where are we now? We're at Essex and Washington Street. See a Statue of Liberty down that way. Ouch! Bottle. Wait a minute. Somebody's smoke alarm's going off. I don't know if I should be worried about somebody's smoke detector going on, because in my house, all that means is somebody took a hot shower. This is an interesting setup. Keep walking. just flying a Ukrainian flag. Oh no, that was just him leaving the station. There's another flyer. I'm kind of surprised actually we haven't seen more flyers going the other way, but maybe it's a little early. It's only, that's 5:15. Alright. We are still walking. That's cool. They got their own parking space. Yeah, so I noticed this the last time I was here too. It's like one of the few places I've seen where you have resident parking. Because there's so little of it. There's only one side of the street. And forget double park, you can't even like double stop because you've got the light rail track right there. Sounds like we got one coming. When these first started, they were running one car units, like one unit of the smaller sets. So there's 3 car sets and there's 5 car sets. Basically, the 5 car sets add a middle unit plus one more wheeled unit to a 3 car set. Nothing coming, nothing coming. But here they hook around a bit. And probably stepped on something squishy. And this is the only real spot where to walk along if you want to film, you got a bit of an issue. On both sides too. It's not even like you get, alright fine, I'll settle for a view of the marina. No. You got fences there. Fences here. On that side, you got a scaffolding and a building. But good thing I brought this little mini tripod I can hold up. Where are we now? Marin Boulevard, I believe, is the next stop. Marin Boulevard. I think it's Marin. Marin. Let me go with Marin Boulevard. Signals. They're just building up this side of the river at a crazy pace. They really are. Like, I remember taking this to Liberty State Park when I was probably 10 years old. And none of this was this built up. See if we can get out of this fenced bit before he leaves. Nope. Especially on this curve, you can see what I mean between the difference of a 3-car and a 5-car. It's just got one extra small section, and then that extra big section that doesn't have a cab in it, in the middle. And then I've never seen them run 2 5 units together. I don't think they'll fit on platforms. I don't know why, but I feel like I read somewhere that when they built this, they were assuming the needed capacity at some point would be 2 units. And there's looks like a lacrosse game going on. Alright, we'll cross here. I feel like I remember reading it was for 2 of the 3-car units. And then even that wasn't going to be enough. There you go, the Bayonne Flyer. Oh, am I stuck? I might be stuck. Oh no, I'm not stuck. Pressing the other side, am I stuck? I think the other side you're stuck. Yeah, if I jump on the other platform, I'd be stuck. Here, I'm not stuck. Oh wait, I'm still stuck because I'm on a road. Fuck. Oh wait, you're out of road on both sides. Got a light rail interlock in there. At the very least, there's one coming this way, so we can wait for that. We got to meet. I think Jersey Avenue is the next stop, and it's a bit of a hike from here, so. All right, continuing on. The hell? A boat or a light rail?
I got it.
Oh, it's a cool little spot. I wonder if this is a very low-lying area, because they've got their, I guess, the interlocking equipment basically built up with sandbags all around it. Ooh, it's starting to get chilly out. All right, so I either have to walk back or I think I'm at a road, but let's find out. If I'm not at a road, we should be able to cut through over here. If I am at a road, we gotta walk back. Oh, well, we can catch the train first. You know what? I'm actually going to take 1 second here. And you guys are on a tripod, so I'm going to put the tripod down for a second. Because I'm going to get the battery brick and a cable out of my backpack. And there's a perfect little ledge here to do that. If you're wondering from how this looks, yes, the bollard your camera's sitting on is quite low. So, here we go. Charging. Man, I may have to put my sweatshirt on. It's not cold per se, it's just starting to get breezy. Anyway, onward. That's a train coming. No, that's the one that went the other way. I don't see one over there. We just had the one that's currently there. So let's hit the bricks. Particularly those bricks. I swear I made the joke and then realized there were, like I said that, and then I realized there were bricks there. It was not intended. Yeah, I think I'm at a road here. It doesn't look like the street's gonna do what I want. Well, shit. Okay, back we go. Nothing. Very old looking school bus. These like weird cube things are weird. They're just like a slab of rock. Oh, sorry. Fancy bin. That truck sounds like death. Since when does New Jersey Transit run equipment that looks like that? Southwest. Did I get that on video? Let's just see where we are. So we're here. We're at least going 2 more stops. Here you can't follow it. It's just impossible. So if we do keep going, we'll go Garfield, Martin Luther King Drive, and West Side Ave. And then we'll find a train back. No trains, lacrosse game. It's nice to see that people are back doing activities again, right? Like, so there's a lacrosse game going on. There's people walking, people taking the light rail. I mean, last time I did this, when I rode the flyer, I got on it in Hoboken, and I took it all the way to Bayonne. And there were a handful of people on it. Well, it sounds like it's having some sort of air leak on it. I guess it's Marin. Okay. Oh, you know that horn that I thought was a light rail horn? That's what happens when you bang your elbow into a fence. I bet that has to do with the lacrosse game. Sounded like the train sneezed. Well, it looks like if we're going to have enough sun to go to Hoboken Terminal, we're only going to have time this way to go as far as Liberty State, because we still have a bit of a hike. And, alright, ding happy. So if we only go as far as Liberty State Park, which is 2 stops away. That's what a switch machine looks like. Oh, that's cool. It's got a manual override on it. So a lot of electric switches don't have an obvious manual override. It's usually like a crank or something like that. These seem to have the standard switch handle. So you would take that padlock off and grab that big round-headed lever and throw it across the other side, and that'll throw the switch also. Like if the power goes out or something, or the electrics break. We've already seen the guy who was driving that. Like, 8th Street's pretty far, but I guess if he's going to Donnelly Ave now, so he must have gone to West Side Ave. Apparently that's a short run. This is interesting. They got these little dog runs here. Welcome to Liberty Harbor Dog Park. I wouldn't really call this a dog park. Ouch. That fucking hurt. The bottom just like swoops out on this fence and ends there. Caught me right in the ankle. And it's not like sharp, but it's rusty, so it's like, you know, rough and scratchy. Kind of pointy. I guess it is sharp, technically, but it's like that rust sharp. Fortunately, it caught me in the jeans, but still wasn't pleasant. It's like if you watch The Simpsons. Ah, yes. Rusty and dull. Alright. This neighborhood literally has bins for shit on the street. So the fact that I almost stepped in some before, I find aggravating. Aggravating? Aggravating. Hey, I need some water. Well, there's Jersey Ave. I can see the roof for it. Good night. So they got the street here, right? Now they got a set of traffic lights. It just ends. Clearly, whatever they're building up there used to not be a building site. Like, it was probably something else. Knowing the part of town we're in, it was probably industry. That looks like it was a lamppost. Oh, maybe it's going to be a lamppost. How do you know you've put your fence in an awkward position when you have to use 2-bys to hold it up? Hi, girl. So what's going on with Hoboken today is, if you don't know, the Morristown line and the Gladstone branch, well, the Gladstone branch only because it's running on the Morristown line at that point, has had a bit of a faff last week when a windstorm decided to destroy the catenary in the Maplewood area. And at first they said it took down a cat pole. So first they said it was just the cat pole that it took down. But that was last week on Monday and it's still not back. So clearly something is amiss there. Or it took down a lot more than one cat pole. But whatever the case, there hasn't been service since last Monday. On the Morristown and the Gladstone. And there's been enhanced service on the Booton. Basically so they can serve like Hackettstown, basically west of Dover. Well, so today it looks like they've got some, well, this is not helpful. You built the staircase, but you won't let us use it. So today the website says they've got limited service restored at least to Summit, I think it was. And then it looked like no Midtown directs. I'm not sure what's going on. So I was thinking if we go over to Hoboken, it'll tell us sort of, we can see what's going on. I think going to Summit, they're using diesels. I think that's kind of the problem they're in, is that they've got the track cleared now, but not got electric set up again. Jersey Avenue. See, part of my problem is now I'm busy tomorrow. Before, when I wasn't busy tomorrow, and I'm glad of what I'm doing tomorrow, but I was gonna ride to Newark Broad and probably not live stream because, frankly, a once hourly train is not really much to live stream about. But at least video the trains running diesels, but now I got shit to do tomorrow. So what I'll probably do is Zeppelin parking. I'm thinking today we probably should do it relatively quick, but like I want to get a couple of shots from here for you, and then we'll head up to Liberty State Park, which is the next stop. The problem is the train follows a route that is unfollowable by us. So it's a bit of a hike because you got to walk all the way past Liberty Science Center, which is that big building over there, and around, I believe. At least that's as far as I could figure it out on the map. Train's pulling into Jersey Ave right now. So this spot is interesting, not only because it's big and open. I'm actually going to cross again. So you can get a cool shot. But if you walk down to that corner, this is quite a busy street that they're crossing. The other part that makes it a little awkward is they're crossing it on this sweeping curve. So, for example, if you are on the far side, so going the same direction I'm walking now, the light rail's coming from behind you. Fortunately, that's not the side it usually backs up. I guess that USB cable broke. Yeah, I'm standing in a bad spot right now. I'm going to cross again. I've said it already a couple times. I'm going to say it again. Whenever you're crossing the light rail tracks, be careful, look both ways. These trains are quiet. And don't do it like an idiot. You know, really look. Be safe. This is probably one of the few where they don't have the right of way necessarily. I'm going to see if I can get to this median before he goes. Well, now I'm stuck in the median. So you also can't see them coming this way either. So it's like, but basically where we're going is over there, like straight that way, but you can't go that way. So you have to go that way. Like the light rail hooks around the long way, that long way. We have to hook around this way, and it's just awkward. Oh, here we go. Cool, he's clear. I'm going to take advantage of the moment and cross the street. Now, I'd love to be able to just walk this way, but there's no real way to do it because it looks like it descends into swamp, basically, the second you get off the gravel there, and that would be trespassing, and that is not good. So we're going to go through the park. R1 traction power substation. Now, the only way I could figure that you do this, in a perfect world, we'd go that way, but I don't think that actually goes through. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's a dead end. So we gotta go straight. Now, there's no real reason to get to Liberty State Park. We could just walk back over to, end the walk, that is. Head back over to Jersey Ave, but let's walk over to, Liberty State Park. Also, maybe we can get the flyer back. So it's going to be a few minutes before we're back on the trains here, but you can see some of the history railroad-wise of Liberty State Park. At least I can fill you in. Is so back to Hoboken. I'll start here. So Hoboken Terminal is right on the river. In fact, the ferry stops there even today with service into Manhattan. And that was built like that before the tunnels under the river, under the Hudson, were built. And for a long time, they didn't think it was possible to build tunnels under the Hudson. So they didn't. They built several rail stations at the Hudson River, and then had ferry service offered by the railroads across the river. And there was, every railroad had their own terminal. So you had Hoboken, which I believe was the Lackawanna. You had Pavonia, which I believe was the Erie, or no, Jersey City was, I don't remember exactly anymore. But anyway, none of them still exist today in service except Hoboken. Hoboken is there is definitely room in Hoboken for there to be train service. And now, when they were building the railroad, Hoboken was deemed very viable. And there was plenty of room to build a big terminal. In the city stuff, well, also the Erie and Lackawanna continued using it straight through, and there was no access to the tracks to Penn from the New Jersey Transit main line, Pascagoula Valley line, Boonton line, or even the Montclair, Gladstone, and Morristown lines. So they had no choice but to continue using Hoboken. That was sort of the last survivor. They tore down Pavonia, but the one they didn't tear down, but they stopped using, was the CNJ one. The CNJ terminal is, there's a light aircraft circling around the Statue of Liberty. The CNJ terminal still stands today. They've turned it into a bit of a tourist attraction. And it's in Liberty State Park. All the way at the river. which is it's down there. So you'd follow this road all the way to the end, and it would end at the terminal. So in the old days, when they were using it, the trains ran through what is now Liberty State Park. The CNJ main line, where that terminal connected to, is now known as the Raritan Valley Line. Somebody's horn works. He's making a left. Chill. I believe we go straight now, but a map would be great. Yeah, that's going to curve that way and go to the highway. So I think we need to go this way. Liberty Land Marina, Liberty House Restaurant, Liberty Park Water Taxi, Liberty Land Marina Service. It's over there somewhere. Basically, you follow that road all the way to the end, and that's where you end up. And then this, I believe, is the former right-of-way of where they would come out of. I don't know what that is. But I do know that if we follow this road around, this will bring us to the reason that I always took the light rail as a kid. That building right there. That would be the Liberty Science Center. Haven't been there in probably a decade. They did a renovation. When I was little, they had this great thing in there called the Touch Tunnel, where you got down on your hands and knees and you had to crawl through it, and there were no lights in there at all, and there was no, well, this doesn't lead where I thought it would, but this will lead around to the Science Center at least, and then from the Science, I hope. I was gonna walk up a hill, but that's okay. Got a windmill right here, it ain't moving. Basically, that's the road that spits you out where we need to be, so we're just gonna go this way. Anyway, so at the Science Center, they have this thing, the Touch Tunnel. So you're crawling through it, you can't see a damn thing. And it was huge, as I remember. You had to keep your hand on the wall the whole time, which was like a carpeted wall kind of thing. And you're crawling through on your hands and knees, feeling your way along. And there would be, I think there were a few dead ends in it. So you'd have to like stop, turn around, and go back where you came from, which was awkward. I don't think he actually turned around, I think he just backed up. There were, what else was there in there? There was a slide in it that if you weren't paying attention and careful, so you know you're putting one foot in front of the putting one knee in front of the other, basically blindly, with the wall for guidance, and your one hand kind of on the wall and one hand kind of in front of you, and you'd like feel this slide coming up, a very gradual slide, and without being able to see it all, you have to flip around onto your butt and slide down it. Now, when I say slide, it was definitely a slide, but it was like, 5 feet long. Okay, apparently I could have gone an easier way. But I have memories of that thing. Also, this memory of, you know how if you take a rope and you get a long rope, and it's fairly tight, but not like completely tight. And you flick the end of it back and forth. You can watch the ripples go all the way. So they have a thing like that, but they have it in that tower on the building. It wasn't a rope, it was like these bead things, like steel beads or something. I don't really remember. But anyway, you had this big lever at the bottom that would twist it back and forth, and you could wiggle around going up like 5 stories. Okay, so Jesus Christ. So this is the Liberty Science Center parking lot. Normally, when we were coming here, we'd take the path to Newport and then get on the light rail. Take the light rail here. Today I did it a slightly stupider way. Also looks like it's closed. I also remember coming here one time, and they have like well, I guess all this is had at this point. Looks like they've renovated it again since the last time I was here. Put solar panels up in the parking lot. And the front looks different than it used to. But, at least as I remember, I am totally playing cut through the parking lot. They had one of those, like, cafeteria areas, where you could, as I remember, buy crappy food. Like nukeable stuff. Or like automat style hot dogs and things like that. Nothing all that impressive. But I remember buying, I don't know if any machine, a bag of microwave popcorn. I was probably 5, 6 years old. And maybe I was like 8 years old. And the friend I was with, whose dad brought us, said, yeah, you guys can go make it in the microwave. It's setting 8. Well, I don't know what that means. So, neither of us knew really what that meant, but we said, okay, how hard could it be? You push 8 and you hit start. So that's what we did. How did we know? 8 meant 8 minutes. So, we ended up with an extremely crispy ash at the bottom of the bag, and that was about it. Oh, it was disgusting. Alright. Now, if I'm not mistaken, which I really hope I'm not, the light rail should be over here. Oh, but there'd be a plastic shed. Alright. And then, anytime you'd come here during the week, I remember coming here in the summer. I think it was here, maybe Queens Science. Not the point. I remember coming to a science museum in the dead of summer one time, and we get here. It must have been here because this is where all the school buses park, and this shit was just full. We're like, ah, crap. They used to take us. I live in New York. So they used to take us to the Queens Hall of Science on school field trips. Rarely, but I had gone on a field trip once or twice, and we never took the bus. We just took the subway. But you'd still get here and you'd see like 6 other buses. Okay, I shouldn't have cut through this grass. That's a minefield of goose turds. Alright, what the fuck? How the hell do you get over there? Maybe you gotta get over there. And then, really? They're having a Minecraft exhibition? Now we can't even learn science without video games? Hey, I'm all for video games, like, and you're the reason why I got shit on my shoe now. Thanks a lot. Damn goose. But I got nothing against video games, right? In fact, on Thursday, my next live stream, I'm pretty sure I already put the link for it up online. The New Haven, the Metro North Harlem line. It's coming out Thursday, and Thursday at 4. I'll be on a live stream about it. We'll see how they've done this time. It's Train Sim World 2, so I've got mixed hope. You know, with Metro North, they've got enough people around where they should be getting good at it. But then again, they built the Long Island Railroad, and they could have gotten information from a ton of people, and they didn't do a very good job with it, so who knows. But here's hoping. And then we haven't set a date yet, but full intention is a live stream with Fan Railer again as soon as we can about the new Train Sim World content. Alright, is this going to get me under the highway? Yeah, okay. I think it's time for a new sign. Oh, I remember this thing. If you stand in the middle of this, these two cones here, and talk, I think. Well, it says clap your hands in the center, but holy shit, that gets echoey. I can't really clap in here, but welcome back, Brian. I'm standing in the middle of two hemispheres, and it's very echoey. Approaching Liberty State Park Station. Whew. So we're gonna stop here and see if we can get a light rail. Well, we're just missing one. Back to Hoboken. When they first put the PATH trains out, they said, this is the train to Hoboken. The next station is Hoboken. I think the Comets might still say that. The NJT Comets. Oisha. But we've also gotten to that point in the day where I'm kind of walking in a southwest direction, and the sun is just going to be a killer the whole time now. The yard is a couple of blocks that way, but you really can't get to it. I was trying before I came out here, I went on Street View to see if there was any way to get close to it, and there's really not. The light rail tracks are on one side, there's a bunch of warehouses on the other side, and then there's just one access street, and it doesn't really connect. But so, next time we ride to Bayonne, we'll get a good view of it. But for right now, we're gonna head. See, the problem is, this is the direction of walking the whole rest of the way. Straight into the sun. Well, actually, let me walk over here really quick. It's really close, so we can at least walk over and see if we can see it. Oh, fucking hell, that sun is bright. But, we're going to head back to Hoboken. We'll take a look and see if we can see it. Then we're going to head back to Hoboken because I'm curious to see whether or not we're good to cross. I'm curious to see what they're putting on these trains on the Morristown line today, because they're still running a screwy schedule. And it sounds like the Gladstones are barely running. They're running a shuttle, like a weekend shuttle service. So I'd assume that means they got that catenary back up. But they're running a weird schedule on the, like, they're running shuttles, service places and shit. So I'm assuming it's diesel. But I don't know. So we'll head over there and find out. So basically, one of the problems if I was to go to West Side Ave is also that I then have to transfer to get back to Hoboken, because those trains from West Side Ave bypass, they go around the Y, bypassing Hoboken to continue on to Tonley Ave. So we are continuing. Fucking sun. So this is where they blow the horn. Where they diverge. So right now, everything at the interlocking is set for Bayonne. I think this is where... Okay, maybe you can see the yard if you get closer. Ah, more goose shit. There's the buses. So yeah, so here's where we're here. So they diverge here. Let me make sure I'm all in frame. And then that last train was going down here to 22nd Street, and then some go to 8th Street. But you can't at all follow it down this way. You're running on X Railroad main line down here. So you have to go this way if you want to follow it. Here goes the train from West Side Ave. So he's coming from over there. So one of these two switches is going to have to throw. Boy, the tension's really building now, isn't it? They bringing through a flyer or something. Yep, they are. I don't know if it's a flyer yet. Not a flyer, just a Hoboken train. Oh yeah. There's your switch. These ones, yeah, they're normally one long and one 5-car and one 3-car train. Note the milepost there, 0001. At least I think that's what that is. Yeah, supposedly when they built these platforms, the concept was they only had the 3-car units at the time. And the theory was always that was what they were going to run. Would be 2 3-cars. But then I guess at some point somebody figured out, hey, if we had 5 units per train, like 5 units per vehicle, which they did just by putting 2 of the, I believe it's B units and C units. So it would be A on the ends, B units and C units. I think that's how they did it. We could make these 1 unit longer, 1 unit shorter. We'll still fit on our platforms and it will maximize capacity. Oh, flyer! Got that on film. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, we can make this fit. We got enough ridership for it. Let's make it work. And I don't want to be that asshole that cuts in front of a light rail. So, as I said, especially when you're rail fanning, I feel like a lot of people don't follow this rule. And there's one simple rule you should always follow when you're rail fanning. Unlike these 2 jackasses that don't run the red light. It's got to be red because the light rail's got a green. When you're rail fanning, you're not here. You're not here for the main service. Oh, is it up there? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It's a pretty short run. When you're a rail fan, remember, you're not who they care about, right? They care about the commuters who are, they're trying to get home. So we want to stay, if we want to be allowed to do, I mean, it's kind of a bad example of the light rail, but if we want to be able to do what we do as rail fans, we want to get on film what we can get and get out of there being the least obtrusive possible. So like right now, for example, you don't have a fence in the shot because I'm leaning on it. So I'm not in a spot, I'm behind the fences, right? I'm not going to make any operators nervous because I could do something stupid. I'm keeping myself in a position where I'm out of the way and I can get tons of shots. Granted, the spot I'm currently in has this nice pole right here, but I can get a nice shot this way, I can get a nice shot this way, and I'm not in anybody's way. I'm not doing anything stupid. You know, the other spot is if you're standing on platforms. That's a perfectly okay place to stand. But keep yourself out of the way. I see so many rail fans, and it drives me crazy, when you have to stand right on the yellow line. Right? What kind of shot are you getting standing right on the yellow line anyway? I'm going to demonstrate this if I have time before the train comes. Because I'm going to demonstrate it when there's no trains around. Where I know I can do this in a safe manner. Okay. So those yellow stripes, right? They're bumpy, they're yellow. That is not a way of saying rail fans stand here. That's a way of saying do not stand on me. You are too fucking close. Plain and simple. I gotta use that in a minute. But I see so many rail fans who will get down on one knee with maybe on this like black part here, but right before the yellow stripe. And why do you have to be that close? So I'm gonna use this as an example. Okay, my phone is not over that stripe, as you can see by pants rig. It's just close. It's not even over the black stripe. I'm farther back than that. Okay, so that's one way you can film a train. Right? That's our ticket machine over here. There is a ticket machine over here. So I'm going to take care of this really quick. Oh, it's only 2 1/4. So once you do this, it's a They look like regular NJT tickets, but you validate by sticking it into that thingy, and then you can ride. As an example, I'm going to West 8th Street in a minute. I'm going to run around to the other side. I'm going to show you what I mean by why are we standing on the yellow line. Actually, is there one coming this way? No train. No train. As far as I can see, still no train I'm crossing. Oh, there's one coming on the other side. No train, no train, no train. If I stand where I was in the last shot, you see how close it is. You can't see much of the train. Okay, now I'm going to go down to roughly the same place I was. And I'm going to stand on this side of the pole. And I'm going to back up about that far. If I stand back here, you get a much better view. I can even get the whole word light in there. This is not the train we want. This is Donnelly Ave. You see, if I'm back this far, I can get a much wider shot. And it overall looks better. And frankly, the engineers are a lot happier. That's an 8th Street train, so. The reason they pull out and stop right there is, I believe they have to actually be stopped to get the light across that street. Yeah, New Jersey Transit is actually really nice in terms of rail fans. You know, I really have never had a problem here. I have nothing but good things to say about riding pretty much any of NJT's services as a rail fan. So, I gotta find my map, I just remembered. Yes, I think that's true because they all seem to. Yeah, Liberty State Park to Pavonia really is pretty impressive service. And it's even impressive outside of that too, but it's pretty constant down here. So it says light rail, one zone ride, HBLR only. And then you stuff it into this validator thingy. And then if they come around and check, you're good. Kind of like the same idea as a select bus in the city, except that you can have a ticket for a long time and just validate before you get on. See, and then in my particular opinion, where I'm saying you want to stand far back, the best shots you can get are like this one. Squeaky.
West Side Avenue. Next stop, Garfield Avenue. You must have a validated ticket to ride this train.
Really, I don't remember the 3-segment trains, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I would do the same thing for the Newark light rail. The problem is you got no signal in the underground stations. But the cool part is the last stop of it, not on the Broad Street branch, on the regular one, is like a 5-minute walk from Watsessing Avenue on the MoBo line. So you get off at the last stop, or you pace it all the way to the last stop, follow it. And then you get off, you get on the train at Watsessing Avenue. You can take that back to Broad Street and then do the other side of the Newark light rail. I've never actually been on the Newark light rail, I don't think. Sign says next train to Hoboken.
Express service.
So it beeps, and then it, go on, there you go, stamps your ticket. I'm gonna reset the time clock. 7:29 p.m. on March 15th hasn't happened yet. So does this mean my ticket's not valid for an hour? Here comes our train. I'm just gonna walk out of the narrow bit to be a good person. You want the front anyway. I believe so. At least that's how it used to work. I mean, I don't know how else it would work.
Stop, Liberty State Park.
We're gonna.
Train to Hoboken Terminal.
Yeah, we're gonna ride
Next
this.
stop, Jersey Avenue. You must have the ability to ride this train.
Whoops. This is what it looks like in the middle bit. And it's sideways facing, so people don't normally like, oh shit. Sit here. So I'm gonna sit. Yeah. You can sort of, but it's it's a full width cab, so you're kind of like looking awkwardly over the shoulder of the person driving. I brought a tripod. All that vibrating?
Please do not lean on doors.
Mine's activated with the clock is wrong, so it says 7:29 p.m. It's currently 6:34 now. So, if somebody in the clock setting department is on, the time clock on the validator on the platform at Liberty State Park needs to be reset for daily savings. Yeah, I should have thought of this right when I did here. Where are we going? We're going Monday to Friday. We're going Monday. People do that all the time on Long Island Railroad too. That's why they take tickets now when you leave Penn Station underground. They take them. They try and come through while they're still in the tunnel. Man, this mini tripod is a lifesaver.
Now entering Jersey Avenue.
Good. The problem is fucking vibrating itself off the desk. I'm in a 5 segment. I'm in the back. Oh, Jesus. I'm in the back.
This stop, Jersey Avenue.
2-car segment
This
of the
train
5-car
to
segment.
Hoboken Terminal.
Like I'm in
Next
the back.
stop, Marin Boulevard.
You must have the ability
I'm in the back.
to ride this
Back
train.
half. I like sitting in the sideway and facing it. There's usually nobody sitting.
Marin Boulevard.
You hear the track on this?
Now entering Marin Boulevard. Exit at this station for connections to New York ferries.
So it says between six. Supposedly the train runs every 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes on each branch. But
This stop,
seems like it's better than
Marin
that.
Boulevard. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Essex
you
Street.
got
You must have the ability
during the week you have
ride
the blue
this
line
train.
and the yellow line that we've been seeing this whole time. The blue line being the 8th Street, the Bayonne branch, basically 8th Street or whatever to Hoboken. And then you've got the yellow line, which is the West Side Avenue, it's Conway Avenue, which is the one I said we couldn't take back because it doesn't stop at Hoboken. And then at Hoboken,
Please do not lean on doors.
now we're on the street line, but and then at Hoboken Terminal, you can get the blue line, which is the one that goes to 8th Street, or you can get the green line, which we haven't seen at all today. That's when it goes to Hoboken up to Conway Avenue. It goes to right away. I don't know, it's all of this thing, so you can't see the week. Yeah, on the weekend you just have the blue and the green, the blue and the yellow.
Now entering Essex Street. Exit at the station for connections to New York ferries.
So Hoboken's a stub in, but I mean, they can, but they don't. Also, you can change it in Newport to give you to get to Hoboken. It's not really a big deal.
This stop, Essex Street. This is the train to
So now we're-
Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Exchange Place.
You must have the ability to ride this train.
They really, these things really grind as they go around the corners.
Now entering Exchange Place. Exit at the station connections to New York ferries, PATH trains, and New Jersey Transit bus service.
Hey, if I did. This video is not sponsored by Hudson. If they'd like to, though, I'd be cool with it.
This stop, Exchange Place.
So it says
Hoboken Terminal.
starting after
Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
around 6 o'clock, like 6:30, on the timetable. Yeah, because the platform is designed for 2-3 car segments, and now they're trying to run these 5. But, I mean, if they really had to, they could. It would just, you'd have to know which segment. Oh wait, you can't go between segments, can you? So yeah, I guess they can.
This stop, Exchange Place. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next
They'd have to make it so you only open some of the doors. So it says after about 6:15, trips continuing every 15 to 20 minutes in each service route. Or sorry, 10 to 20. But then you look at it, and they're both like running on a 10-minute headway basically. But then I realized that the green line, it runs.
This stop, Exchange Place. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
Can we stop now? The green line between Hoboken and Connolly Ave seems to only run every 20 minutes. It's probably not as much business on it. Motor woman just got off.
This stop, Exchange Place. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Harborside Financial Center. This stop, Exchange Place. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
Doors are open right now, except for that one. So I'm thinking, see if I can move the camera. So she just wanted to kind of above the door, and I'm assuming cut it out. Yeah, I'm not sure you could run trains more often.
Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
And we missed the light. Let me see if I can do this here. Remember what? I wonder if we're going to have to start more lights out of the lights.
Now entering Harborside Financial Center. Exit at the station for connections to New York ferries.
You might be able to run more service on a manually operated line, but you have to slow down so they can stop. Like you'd have to go switch the line of sight. then that gets awkward. But also, I'm not sure A Street can turn more trains. Because you got that single track bit. So you'd have to turn them at, was it 22nd Street?
This stop, Harborside Financial Center. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Parsoness Cove.
So
You
you
must have
can,
the validated ticket to ride this train.
you can run trams really close together because they're running on regular traffic lights and line of sight. So the rule is basically trams and trolleys and stuff don't bang into the guy in front of you when they're happy. With these where
Please do not leave on board.
with these where you're running a dedicated right of way, like you're running fast. You can't really be line of sight because you want to, for God's sake, this traffic light. You're gonna bang into the vehicle in front of you at some point, you know.
Now entering Parsoness Cove.
Ready to turn some of them at 22nd Street just because they can't handle it. Between 22nd and A Street, it's like single track, I think, the whole way. So, and then the terminal has two tracks. Ooh. Yeah, or they were talking about it at one point going to Staten Island with it, but I doubt that's ever going to happen.
This stop, Parsoness Cove. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Bergen, Newport.
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
I mean, in theory, they could turn trains at Liberty State Park, too. I think you can turn trains a lot of places on here.
Next stop, Bergen, Newport.
But, I mean, Liberty State Park,
Please do not leave on board.
we're back at Newport already, where we started to. There's nothing on our way. We started their day at Bergen Newport. It took me like 2 hours and change to walk all the way. It took me like 2 and change to walk all the way out to Liberty State Park. We got back in 10 minutes.
Now entering Bergen, Newport. Exit at this station for connections to PATH trains.
We were back at the Masons again. Yeah, I think because we got delayed, we're out of cycle or something. I don't know. I've been to this movie theater before. It used to be really cheap compared to ones in the city. Yeah, that's for sure. I think that was like 4 miles, like 3 miles or something. It's not bad. It's still got a Coles in it.
This stop, Bergen, Newport. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal. Next stop, Hoboken Terminal.
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
For the record, this video is not sponsored by Newport Mall or any of the stores inside. The window right here was right lined up with a thing that said single car stop. So I guess if they ever do run singles.
Next stop, Hoboken Terminal.
I like that mall. I've been to that mall a long
Please do not
time.
leave on board.
I This is why you can't really follow the light rail into Hoboken. Nice view of Manhattan over there. Yeah, there it is. And this is the why. This is what lets those Conley Ave trains not stop. Here goes my PL unit. We got a bunch of comic coaches sitting over there. That one's actually hooked up to a multi-level. And this is why you can't walk the elbow, because you got this, you got the drink in the way. I think we're crossing over. Hoboken, I believe, 3-track terminal for the local. Could be wrong, but I think it's 3. Yeah, it's 3, it's not 4. You could turn a decent amount in here. If you had to. Leave you needed to. It's a cab car all by itself.
This
Grab the phone. Oh, you know, stinking map. I can just tell you. Scientist, but I can't count to 3. Oh, here comes. Ooh, coming in hot. Wait, found the wall. Bump blocks. I have the hiccups, excuse me. No, that one says A Street on it also. I'm pretty sure because they're on a 10-minute headway, they use 2 tracks for A Street, and they use 1 track for the 20-minute service to Tonley Ave. No, you don't have to punch out. Your ticket just expires at some point. I mean, I couldn't use that ticket out of here anyway, because I'd be... Does it know where I punched it in? No, it doesn't. It just says the time, which is wrong. So I guess I could ride again. Not going to. Nice view of where we were. Nice view of Lower Manhattan. Where we, oops. Where we were not. Whoa, I'm gonna have to put a sweatshirt on. It's getting chilly out. Page 2 of 2. Let's go to page 1, please. There's a Hackettstown on the month. 13 is going to Summit. Let's just see what's on 13. Nothing. Nothing on 13. Hey. The old board. Port Jervis on 3. Suffering on 7. Hackett's on 11. So it's hourly service to Summit, and we must have, what time is it? Just missed one. So it'll be on 13 right here whenever someone shows up. Here comes something pulling in. We can... with the Morristown line shut down because of the catenary, yes. There is catenary here. Yeah, I'm gonna walk over toward where it is in a little bit. I'm trying to see what's on this. It looks kind of like a Jeep. I can't tell if it's a disco stripe Jeep or a regular or what it is, so I want to go see. It looks like an NJT Jeep. Hey, look what we got in the back of this. That train's going to the yard. Wow, that's short. There's a nice sight. You don't get that often anymore. Just the 4006 and the 4900 are over there. 4007. 4006? 4007. Maybe he's not going into the yard. The 4900 is going to Middletown, New York, according to that car. The PL42s are not very good for anything. They're not very good looking. They're not very efficient. They're not very, they're just not very good engines. I don't know if it's 100% true, but I heard that the new dual modes are replacing the PLs, not the Jeeps. Oh, this is going to Spring Valley. Be throttling up. Alright, so I'm thinking, since this is not really a stream about New Jersey Transit, this was supposed to really be about the light rail. I'm thinking, let me show you where the pass train is. Maybe we should go get the light rail, and we can ride up to Tonley Ave and back. This is where the path is. So this is going to be like a Train Sim World demo of... There's the path. If I go down there, I'm going to run out of cell signal. And it smells like piss. If you go this way... That's where the ferries leave. Alright, now I have to, here's the waiting room in Hoboken, if you've never been here before. So now what I'm going to have to do is figure out how to pause this for a minute. Because, if you get my drift. So, I'm going to... Alright, sorry about that. Hopefully that was fairly incognito. Let's see, that's Summit Train. So the old board is over there. These are the new boards. Let's see here. For some reason, Port Jervis isn't running. Nice. Let's see. Morristown. So it is running, I guess. You just have to... It's just sort of running. That's probably all dual modes coming out of Penn. Which track was it? I think it was 5. Come on, over there. Man, usually I've gotten hassled in Hoboken by now. You can tell because all the other tracks still have their old bump blocks, except for the one that got hit. So every track in Hoboken has their period correct bump block, where the coupler's supposed to eat into that red thing and stop the train. It didn't work. So they had to put this ugly thing in. And it's got to be much farther back, because the way that these work is they're heavy, but also they're just clamped to the rail with friction and holding them in place based on their weight and those clamps. So what it does is, now instead of just having to eat the force and push it into the concrete behind them, it skates back, using up a lot of that force. But so that's the track. Went through that and crashed into the wall where that newsstand is. Took part of the shed down, which they rebuilt the whole thing of. And he hit the wall, but he didn't go through it. So it didn't break the terminal building. It just broke the train shed, which is just glass and steel, so they got that back up. They got that built back up pretty quick. I've seen that part of the movie. And now it's good as ever, probably better, because I'm sure this thing was rusty. You know, the part that he went through. They built it all back up. What is also nice, you see this track, because it's a pedestrian concourse right here, this track got the skate type block, bump block too. And because there's like a power station right there. This one got... I mean, fuck, if this doesn't stop a train, that's just a block of concrete. So the first time I saw this sculpture over here, it's like a lady going shush or something. I have no idea. Doesn't matter. First time I saw that, caught it out the corner of my eye and was like, ooh, looks like we got some storms coming. Because of the way it's lit. Alright. So I gotta get a round trip ticket. There's another Jeep in the yard over there. I'll show you when we get around this wall here. That's the... Was it the 4111? Oh, jeez. Next train to Tonley's in 28. Where are we? We're up here at Hoboken. Monday to Friday, Hobo North. It is 7:15. Not really useful information, so just every 10 to 20 miles. Or more apparently, because it says 22. If we went the other way, it's also north. That's north on the weekend. That one leaves in a minute. Monday to Friday. Tangled. I could do that. Got What time did I say it was? 7:15. 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, if a flyer shows up, we could take that all the way to Bayonne and back.
Are you recording?
It's always a fun ride. Are you recording? No, I'm not actually. If the flyer turns up, we'll take the flyer. If the flyer doesn't show up, we'll go to Tomley in 21 minutes, I guess. I got balance. The flyer is the light rail equivalent of the express train. So it goes back toward Liberty State Park, but it only makes like 4 stops. So this station, Lackawanna, on the other side says the Lackawanna. Or I'll show you on the map what the flyer is. So the flyer is these trains here. So Hoboken, Newport, skips Erasmus Cove, makes Harborside, Exchange, Essex, skip, Liberty State, skip, and then it makes all the stops in Bayonne. So it's just sort of an express, but they tend to be, well, I mean, I guess at this hour nothing's gonna be crowded. See, we're gonna lose the light before we get there. Enjoying the city skyline in the evening. So let's go over here. Next train to A Street's in 9 minutes. The next train to Tonley's in 19 minutes. I am not a sunlight expert, but I'm pretty sure even in 20 minutes we're going to be running low on light at this point. It got dark fast. So it's nice of them to put these binocular things here, but I wonder if I can do this. If you could look through them, that's what you'd see. Otherwise, that's what you'd see. Little Cessna on the river. He's probably calling in Hoboken Terminal, I think. You know, shit gets old. The sad part is that they're replacing everything with those dual modes. I'm used to the skyline, but it's still gorgeous. I'm not on this side very often. You know what? What time's the ferry run? We got 17 minutes before this shit leaves, so. Is that it always goes to A Street. There are at least a handful of trains on the Bayonne, on the Bayonne branch of the light rail that don't go that far. They go to 22nd Street. And I think there's even a few that stop a couple stations back from that, just because they can't turn that many trains in Bayonne Main Street because of the single track bit there. I don't know if that would change if they do the extension to 5th Street, or if they do the extension they've talked about. There's all these people standing at like track 16. They've also talked about going to Staten Island and hooking into maybe the Staten Island Railway. They're putting a train over here? I need a departure screen. They got the, what was it, the Hackettstown on 15. Note track change. Well, I can't note the track change because you're not showing us the track change, so you go 15. 15 to Hackettstown in 1 minute. That's that PL. I don't know why people are going to 17. Nothing on 17. There's something on 15. But it's posted on the boards for 15, but it doesn't say anything on here, which is probably what's causing the problem. Also not sponsored by Beetlejuice. So if the uninitiated, this is Hoboken Terminal. You got light rails 1, 2, and 4, I guess, over here. 17, 15, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That sounded painful. And then, I guess that's that. Place Harbor News is a ripoff. And then you've got, usually there's like a Bay, not Bayhead, a Port Jervis train out on 1 or something like that. I've seen Waldwick's out there too. Summit on 13. Alright, I'm gonna go check out what time the ferries go. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, something's pulling in. See, the problem is I can't check any timetables without walking over there, but who really cares? It's not like I'm in a rush. That's probably the train that's going to turn into looks like they're going to turn into the Hackett's in an hour. It's not for an hour and a half. That's not here yet. So I don't know what that is. I was wondering what was so squeaky. It's due to the dumpster. Whatever this is going to be the Summit train. Coming in on 13, it looks like. And 13 is supposed to turn for the... almost looks like arrows. Pretty sure that's arrows. So that means the catenary is working. If that's the case, it may just mean they've only got like one track going through there or something.
Attention, Hoboken passengers. The 744 outbound Santa 6 line to start is expected to depart track 13 in approximately 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's Arrow 3 is going to Summit. Three of them. So I guess it's like one track open through Maple or something. Because it has to be a track capacity problem then. Today's Tuesday, so if you're still doing that screwy on Friday, maybe I'll go out there. Pigeon. A while, but we're out of light. Probably missed it at this point. I can walk over there though. So it's gonna be 3 arrow 3s. Summit. Oh shit. I just realized I still have to buy a ticket for it. Actually, this thing says 7:29 on it. It's 7:29. That train's got a headlight out. Leaves in 5 minutes. I got time.
Yes. Oh, Claudia, when I come in 3 weeks and 13 goddamn time.
Now this one says 8:32 on it. So this is 1 5 unit. Crap, people are gonna see it. I wanted.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
Okay. Maybe a little reflecting, I guess.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
Yeah, I like streaming like this. It's easy.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
I don't want to do anything to do with the glare.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
You would think it wouldn't feel the need to literally tell us every 10 seconds that this is a train to Connolly, but whatever. Also, funny weird fact, Uber pronounces that street on Newport Mall Ave. Not Connolly, yeah.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
The correct pronunciation is Connolly. Connolly, or something like that.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
Switch sides of the train here. Matter here, like pocket that.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue.
I know the glare looks
Next
worse, but this is the
stop,
side that's gonna have the
2nd
city on it. Welcome back. So we are currently sitting on the Connolly Ave train in Hoboken. As it's told us about 20 times. And we should be departing in just a minute now.
This stop, Hoboken Terminal. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
Hang on, I gotta adjust the train for a second. Oh, there we go.
Attention customers. To comply with the governor's executive order and ensure safety, we remind all customers. Thank you for your cooperation.
See if I can jury rig a glare shield.
Next stop, 2nd Street. Do not leave on doors.
Nope, just gonna have to deal with it. Even if I push it right up against it, it's gonna be blurry because the window's not that clean. Yeah, because if I could throw my sweatshirt over it or something, but that's not really going to help. Plus, this just going to destroy the sound quality. That was 9:40. This shit's so bright. Like, yeah, well, you can see it's timetable. Fucking line is this? This timetable's so big, I feel like I'm trying to find the step I'm on in IKEA direction. The other problem is right now there's really not much to see out the window. Like, there's a street on the other side, if I pan around for a second. But on the side that we're facing on, there's just really nothing there. Just my shooting direct. Aha. I was wondering what you were trying to say there. Man, I can stream like this all the time. This is awesome. All I gotta do is sit here and talk to myself. I mean, this is like the easiest thing ever. Oh, now you can see, right?
Now entering 2nd Street.
There's nobody sitting on the other side in here right now anyway, so if it gets more entertaining on the other side, I can always swap over.
This stop, 2nd Street. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, 9th Street.
You must have the elevated ticket to ride this train.
Attention customers, to comply with the governor's executive order and ensure safety, we remind all customers that face coverings are required while on board. Thank you for your cooperation.
Next stop, 9th Street. Please do not leave on the door.
Yeah, see, we're still in Hoboken, so there's not a lot to see. We're in sort of a resident, the other side of the train are in shit, the Palisade. But on this side of the train, it's really just residential in this part. Once we get on a well-lit tree.
Now entering 9th Street.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm trying to get out of Bergen line Ave other than by this.
Next stop,
This is a
Lincoln
nightmare.
Park. Please do not leave on the door.
Take you an hour to go a quarter mile on the bus.
This stop,
See, you
9th
can't get a monthly ticket on this
This is the
thing.
train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, Lincoln Park.
You must have the elevated ticket
But you
to
can only
ride
buy
this
them.
train.
Oh, I see. Our monthly by the month. So you can purchase them on the 19th of the month prior.
Attention customers, to comply with the governor's executive order and ensure
There's a
safety,
50.
we remind all customers that face coverings
But
are
they don't
required
have like
while
a
on
weekly
board.
or a weekend or anything like that.
Next stop, Lincoln Park.
My mask keeps poking in and
Do
it's
not
getting
leave
annoying.
on the door.
That's the boat chart. So like Liberty, what's it called? Coach USA's got a yard there. They park all over the buses that do like the Rutgers service and the NYU bus service and even this Columbia bus in there. Yeah, okay, so I just pulled up the weekend factor. And it's got literally, since there's nothing to see right now, every single train listed. Look how big this damn thing is. times. And it's got holes. See, that's why you want to be on this side of the train. You gotta figure out how to fold the damn thing like it's gonna get somewhere on the table. I just fucked up. I got on the New York stuff. Or on the weekly card. So I guess this train makes sense on the weekdays because people want to go to the city. Whereas on the weekend, so you need Hoboken. Whereas on the weekend, more people want to go to the mall and shit like that. So you need service to those areas is more useful. But no, we were at a red light. I thought we were at a station. Yeah, this is all Lincoln Harbor now, and we talking. And they built this way out. It's really nice over here. Yeah, so if you're in the core area, where the two lines run at the same time, you've got
Now entering.
about every 5 minutes, even on the weekend. But if you're on the edges, oh, wait a minute, that's not right. So you got 40, 30, 30, 48, every 15 minutes.
This is the train to Connolly Avenue.
And then if you're on the outer ends, you've got service every 20 minutes on the
You have
weekend.
had the ability to take to ride this train.
That's awful.
Attention customers, to comply with the governor's executive order and ensure safety, we remind all customers that
During the
face
week,
coverings are required while on
You've
board.
got,
Thank you for your cooperation.
like,
Next stop, Fort Bergen.
a lot. And you got some trains that only go as far as Liberty State Park. Oh, that's a paper cut. Yeah, so some trains end at Liberty State Park. Some trains end at Danforth Avenue. Some trains end at 22nd Street. Some trains end at 8th Street. Yeah, no, I mean, it's another instance where public transportation less service than they need to, and accidentally or intentionally run the match the demand to right. So if you run a train every 20 minutes, you're going to have more crowded trains. You're not going to overflow them because a lot of people are going to find other means of going. Also, if you suddenly started running a whole bunch of these, they don't make Hoboken and sort of a problem.
Now entering Fort Bergen. Stop, Fort Bergen. This is the train to Connolly Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
You must have the ability to take to ride this train.
Attention customers, to comply with the governor's executive order and ensure safety, we remind all customers that face coverings are required while on board. Thank you for your cooperation.
Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue. Please do not leave the location.
Yeah, we're going to go underground and probably going to lose it, but we'll see. Underground.
Bergen Line Avenue. This is the train
So
to Connolly
I'm gonna
Avenue.
lose you again
Next stop, Connolly Avenue.
going to Tunnel Ave. Well, once we get there, we'll hold data that's outside. So if it does cut out again, which it will, just hang tight for a second. I'll be back. And we're back outside. So there's nothing to see. We're in like an open cut. Show you the inside. Right. I'm trying to hold it steady. It's just been rocky. And I'm stupidly sitting like cross-legged on here with my foot back plate. So I gotta put you down for a second. I'll let you facing in.
Thank you for riding the Hudson Bergen Line Avenue. This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to Hoboken Terminal.
This is Connolly.
Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
So
Traffic, all these tickets to ride this train.
the question is, ow, do we, A, get back on that train, ow, my leg, or B, get on one to West Side Ave? There's people watching. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. State your opinion in the chat.
The next train to West Side Avenue is now arriving.
West Side Ave. I mean, you're not going to be able to see very much because it's dark out. But I'll do it. I don't care. I was going to say let's sit in the 3-car set. But something tells me that's not going to be very good for holding a phone through. This is both sides. Yeah, that's going to make it even worse.
Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, West Side Avenue.
so we can ride our.
This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
I guess we'll sit on the side facing the city again, or we'll sit on the other side.
This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
That's the other train going. There's Beacon.
This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
You must have a validated ticket to ride this train.
This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
Alright, have a good one. Thanks for joining us, man. Alright. That works.
This stop, Connolly Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Bergen Line Avenue.
So remember, I'm going to lose you for a second on the way into Bergen Line. And then I think we're going to go as far as Exchange Place. And then I'll catch the path home from there.
Bergen Line Avenue.
We'll call it a night. We'll be gone for almost 4 hours. I'm always happy to ride the trains. Let's see what I can get. Hey, let's glare on it. Oh no, because we're back in there. All right. Excuse me. They got a thing on the timetable. It says proof of payment by step ride or stamp ride. Whoa, there's the oh, he's still. It's funny because it says buy first. But the guy who's doing it looks like his back is gone out or something. Alright, I'm gonna lose you. I'll see you in Bergen side. In Bergen station because I don't think I'm gonna hold cell phone going in there. Maybe I will. But I guarantee you I will not hold cell phone on the other side of it. So it's gonna be about 2 minutes probably with no connection. It'll be back.
Now entering Bergen Line Avenue. This stop, Bergen Line Avenue. This is the train to West Side Avenue.
I'm surprised it helped.
Next stop, Fort Imperial.
You have passed a validated ticket.
It's not going to hold this one. So, it'll probably be. It wasn't too bad, was it? No, okay. Bergen's very old, right? The reason that tunnel is there is we're going under the Palisade. The Palisade is a big landmass here. It's sort of something to do with glaciers. But anyway, it makes slaves the Hudson River and Hudson River. Bullshit like that. Anyway, it's very far out. And it's basically a cliff on the riverside. And so instead of going up and
This
over
stop,
somehow,
Fort Imperial.
they just
This
dug
is
under
the
to
train
build the way
to
around.
West Side Avenue. Next stop, Lincoln Harbor.
We're gonna
You have
take
passed
this.
a validated ticket to ride this train.
It's a little late. We're gonna take this to what did it say? Exchange place. I get half from there. So that'll be
Next stop, Lincoln Harbor.
we've still got to make Lincoln Harbor, Main Street, Second Street, Newport, Parsons Cove, Harborside, and Exchange Place. We still got a ways to go. I will come out a different day and ride from home down to Bayonne A Street. Go the train the other way. Probably like a single unit. Ride down to 8th Street, Bayonne, turn around to Liberty, and go to West Side. So we'll tour the whole city. Plan also at some point is to do the same thing we did today in Newark, and then ride their system. Their system is much smaller. And their system's going to give me a little bit of grief in the Newark area. Like in the downtown Newark area because it is underground. We'll figure it out. What else am I planning? Well, I already said Thursday is going to be,
Now entering Lincoln Harbor.
I already said Thursday's going to be Train Sim World Day. I go to PA.
This stop, Lincoln Harbor. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, 9th Street.
You have passed a validated ticket to ride this train.
So tomorrow's nothing. I'm not going to be on. I might be on tomorrow evening for a stream, but probably not.
Next stop, 9th Street.
Train Sim World Thursday because the Metro North line is coming out the Arnold line. We'll do that. We get to play with the most accurate simulator ever. Then we got. I don't know what else I'm going to be doing. At some point, the weather's been so sporadic. It'll be like nice for a couple days, erratic. It'll be nice for a few days, and then it goes to shit again. So the next time we get a nice day, I'll probably do the first half of New York, walking and talking and that kind of shit. I don't need a nice day for Saturday. It's gotta be not raining. Do the rest of This is the rest of the Hudson River line. I'll just riding the whole thing. We can do the riding the whole Newark system, which is going to be the MOBO running because the plan is to use that for instant cheap, basically. What else are we going to do? Oh, the light roller in there I can pick up. Probably ride some heavy rail. Maybe do some JTs in Long Island. Riding the ferry will probably be I shoot it and then I'll come back with it and post it. Just because of the fact that cell signal sucks in the river. That definitely is a nice day because that should be free now. You're not allowed to film on the air train. That's out. Subways are underground, so that's problematic. Yeah, path is definitely out unless you do it very surreptitiously, which is not life-saving for amateur.
Now entering 9th Street.
How problematic is that crossing that they have freaking railroad crossing lights on?
This stop, 9th Street. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, 2nd Street.
You must have a validated ticket to ride this train.
What? Oh, we're not going to go.
Next stop, 2nd Street. Please do not leave our doors.
Metro North and DC, Long Island, I can do all that. I can do all that, just film with the phone, or my camera, or whatever.
Now entering
Subway, I can
2nd
film,
Street.
you know, like I always do, and then solid.
This stop, 2nd Street. This is the train to West Side Avenue.
Yeah, I can do some stuff.
Next stop, Colonia, Newport.
You must have a validated ticket to ride this train.
Yeah, like. I don't think they were all of them, did I? I thought it was just one container.
Next stop, Colonia, Newport. Please do not leave our doors.
Climbing back up on the. Here we go, climbing back up onto the bridge for Hoboken. Well, we're gonna go around the leg that we haven't been so great. On our trip today, we've been around all three legs where we live out of the Y in Hoboken. I've done it plenty. I haven't done it recently. I definitely never filmed it. I haven't thought about that. I'll do that too. I could do buses still. Buses. A bunch of arrows crossing America. Yeah, that's they are. Just might probably do that actually before they get rid of the 44s. Rather than rush hour and ride express.
Now entering Columbia Newport. Exit at this station for connections to cab trains.
I can also get off here and take the path and make it a loop from where we started. Change places with quicker path.
Please do not lean on door. Now entering Parsoness Cove.
Now the thing is going to hurry up.
This stop, Parsoness Cove. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
This is Newport, despite what the thing is going to announce.
Next stop, Harborside Financial Center.
Yeah, it's ahead by one.
Do not lean on door. Now entering Harborside Financial Center. Exit at this station for connections to New York ferries.
What's up in the second?
This stop, Harborside Financial Center. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Exchange Place.
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
We were here before.
Please do not lean on board.
This is where the substation is. The gas substation is South Carolina.
Now entering Extreme. Exit at this station for connections to New York ferries, PATH trains, and New Jersey Transit bus service.
I'm surprised that thing's not just GPS controlled. These cars are pretty old. Maybe they're too old for that.
This stop, Exchange Place. This stop, Harborside Financial Center. This is the train to West Side Avenue. Next stop, Exchange Place.
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
Next stop, Exchange Place. Please do not lean on doors.
Oh, for God's sake, we get it on the fucking door. There must be a problem during a busy time.
Now entering Exchange Place. Exit at the station for connections to New York ferries, PATH trains, and New Jersey Transit bus service. This stop, Exchange Place.
Some doors didn't open.
West Side Avenue. Next stop,
You must have the validated ticket to ride this train.
Oh, we're back at the Five Guys. All right. Well, I'd love to be able to say I'm ending the video and going to Five Guys, but I'm on a diet. So, walk down to the river. Oh, it'll be the perfect end. Yeah, so thanks to you all for watching. I'm going to Five Guys now. And getting me some dinner. I'm hungry. But instead, I'm on a diet, so I'm going to end the video by saying this has been a much longer stream than I thought it would be. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but, you know. Phew. Hey, we got a beautiful view of the skyline. We got, someone's parked a bus here, or a van here, right near where it says no parking. We get the ferry there. Oh, geez, some really uneven sidewalk. And this duck is still sitting here. These two ducks were sitting here when we came by 3 hours ago. So, New York City skyline. I don't think that. Well, actually, that ferry's still running. I hell with it. I'm taking the path on. Walk over to the pass station. They've just been chilling out on there. I guess people can't annoy them over there. And like, whoever's torturing that? Or I was a kid. I was at the beach one time. And these seagulls were just sitting on the sand, just sort of resting, you know, just like chilling out. And these kids came around and chased, you know, and were chasing them around, making them fly off. And they'd land like 15 feet away, sit down, and then the same thing would happen again and again. Finally, one of them got pissed, flew straight up in the air, pretty high up, turned around, and crapped right on the kid. I was just like, that's a smart seagull right there. Well, this is the pass station. Of course, I just missed it. Put a mask on here. And, oh. Find my metro card here. I know I have one. Got that gift. So we started our day here. We're ending our day here. And we've been here. And I'm gonna end my day there. That's the more realistic view of what happens. And this might look familiar because that's the trip, that's the route we're making in railroad, which we will get back to. All right, folks. I'm gonna end my day here. as I ride down the escalator into the station where I'm not supposed to be filming. So, anyway, it was lovely streaming today for 4 hours, 25 minutes. If this escalator goes any slower, it'll be 30 minutes. Yeah, this isn't creepy in this place. You got this, like, girder beam right over your head, open all these things up. You're supposed to ride on the right on this one. I'm gonna stand over here, so I don't trust that. So, yeah, have a good night all. And I'll be back on Thursday with TSW. And sometime next week with more live from content. Alright? With that being said, everyone have a good night. Thank you for watching.